Alrighty then. Let's get down to it, shall we? We've got... Oh, we got a couple things we want to accomplish tonight. So, first things first, though. We now have the ability to upgrade our moats. So before we do anything else, we should go check that out. And so the moat combiners are in place of the old Priests of Discord. So, sorry PODs and POD enthusiasts, but actually, does anybody remember the band POD from the late 90s, early 2000s? Yeah, I don't think that band had any relation to the Priests of Discord, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Let's see. I thought the Priest of Discord. I thought he was right here. Did he get moved? Or did they move the thing? And in their place is a construct of pure potential. Okay. Well, he should have been right here. Weird. Unless... Yeah, a construct of potential. Or potential construct, something like that. Okay, not located in quite where the... Listen. Maybe he's over in West Freeport? Talk still, oven. I mean, I assume he would be findable. Weird. I know he's a thing because it was in the Natch today. It was unless they moved him up to north over by the bank or something. Because I wanted to go just try that out and. Weird. Hey, Sephiroth, woot woot. And yeah, because I saw people. I Saw people actually testing them out earlier today. Let's see, general. Use weird. All right, well, I don't know. Maybe Freeport's just weird and didn't get the memo. Weird. Whatever. All right. Yeah, you should have been standing there right at the kind of the crossroads there of East Freeport. It was strange. Let's go try it again. I don't know. Maybe he's just being dumb. Maybe we gotta try a different pick or something. So, did everybody remember to call their dad today? Yeah, peasants with strange ideas like democracy and so forth. Yeah, that's yeah, the last time we let a commoner run the town, his name was Lucan Delir, and things did not go well for anybody. Yeah, yeah, the moat guy should have been right here for some, but he's not. Kind of weird. Here, let's try, yeah, let's just try +4. See if it, weird. Weird. Alright, whatever. If it's not working, it's not working. Yeah. Yeah, he should have been right there. And he's not, so, yeah. Yeah, whatever. So, yeah, that was theoretically, I don't know, maybe Freeport didn't get the memo, but theoretically there is supposed to be an NPC in each town standing where the Priest of Discord used to stand, but no longer does. That will combine your motes for you. You know, 2 motes of the current tier gives you 1 mote of the next tier, and you can manufacture up to a tier 8 mote that way. Oh, well, there's the fire siren. But anyway, so what we're going to do right now, yeah, we're going to turn off Enchanter and turn on Wizard. And let's see, what is our biggest nuke right now? Frost Spiral, Fire Spiral. Oh, Tashan's Clash. That has an 18-second reuse, though. Oh, Garrison's Mighty Mana Shock, actually. Oh, that sounds lovely. I'm pretty sure we bought all of the wizard spells. Up all the way to 50. Yeah, we bought every wizard spell already. So the only thing we're missing is Ice Comet, because you obviously can't buy that. And yeah, show unscribed. Yeah, we're just missing Ice Comet. Cool. So, what are we, Kazuki, oh, we get Frost Shock at the 24, Cast Force. We get our first Familiar at 25, along with North Corona, Yonder, Inferno Shock, okay. Yeah. Healing. Just get our spells kind of prepped here. Damage done. You know, we'll prep Tashan's Clash also, just in case. Do you have any, let's see, that's our Fire Spiral, Pillar of Fire. Why are the Alcabor spells all terrible? Like, why did Alcabor make such bad spells? Or, you know, as famous as he is, like, how did he get so famous if all of his spells are crap? Who's, Just combine Shadow Step, since bunch of nonsense. We have a very weak damage shield, at least. That's, I guess, 2 minute. It's got a 2-minute duration. We shan't be using that one. Alright, at least we can cast our port spells for real. Also, we're going to need to spend a bunch of AAs sooner rather than later, as we found out last night. The cap is 50, and we're just shy of 39 right now. So, for now, we're going to go do a couple levels out of Befallen. Since we get our next Pacify spell at 25, I don't necessarily want to go anywhere higher level than this until we at least have access to that spell. Like pulling in Mistmore, for example, would be miserable without that. And we don't have our delicious AoE mez and other safety nets to let us get away with absolutely everything on this setup. Yeah, man, having that 30 mob AoE mez was so good. I mean, after that first time going into Guck at like level 22, having like 20 mobs trained on us and just casually keeping them all mezzed and slaughtering all of them was so good. Hello, Befallen, my old friend. It's good to talk with you again. Because a vision that was softly creeping, left its seeds while I was sleeping. And yeah, honestly, the vision that was planted in my brain still remains. So yeah, maybe we'll abstain from smiting a bit, just so we can look at having our mana converted more into nukes, because I want to actually see like how good or not is Spellblade offensively. Just used to, if we use it to just cast nukes, like how good really is it or not? Versus using it defensively to cast heals and utility spells. Alright, well, the hard casting nukes certainly works. So, there is that, if nothing else. We do have our improved damage 2 focus on our mask, by the way. So we got that going for us. And we do already have Destructive Fury maxed out. I mean, we could prep quick damage, honestly. Save a little bit of cast time. Otherwise, yeah. Well, otherwise, we have you know, also a Fury of Magic already maxed out, so we've got the nuke AAs already accounted for, and good old mana burn consumes 3,000 mana to deal 4 times the consumed mana as direct damage. And prevents additional mana burn spells from landing for 1 minute. Okay. That's fair, so that you don't have, you know, roving bands of wizards just deleting enemies on command. Do I have keys on me already? Yes I do, okay. Yeah, we're doing some multi-game grinding here, which is a lot like multi-track drifting. But will not get you named King of the Akina Downhill. You know what? Here, let's just... Really? Alright, that works. You know? Just hitting inversion and letting it rip like Beyblade. You know what? That works. It is. Yeah, Pillar of Fire is not spellbladeable. It does have a 6-second reuse. So that is a one small limitation. Hello there, Mr. Elf Skellington. Goodbye, Mr. Elf Skellington. Also, I don't know, are Beyblade references still timely? Am I showing a bit of unk status there? Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. By the way, the wizard gets strong root. That's actually very nice. By the way, wizard's unbound thing is nuke crit chance. So. Wow. Wisp is able to okay, well, Garrison's Mighty Mana Shock does not have a resist adjust. Okay, that's fair. I mean, wisps do resist everything. They're basically impossible to cast on. Ding 41. I mean, ding, I mean, AA. 41 AAs in the bank is what I mean. So, which is 216 total AAs. Yeah, we're moving right along. Hopefully we'll get a decent stack of moats. There we go. Ding 23. Let's see. Any we're striking. Oh, we got Lightning Storm at this level. Oh, that is a nice little rain. That's a pretty good rain spell. That's a 84 100 and oh, that is a strictly better thing than Pillar of Fire. Yeah, so yeah, Lightning Storm, strictly better. Time to drop Wiz. You know what? We'll we might as well put Major Shielding on at this level. Yeah, we're gonna actually level Wiz to 50. Well, not not all the way to 50 tonight, but you know we're actually leveling it for real. So we can get some delicious Ice Comet flavored dopamine. I imagine Ice Comet dopamine tastes like blue snow cone. Oh, also, we could be using Empower right about now. Yeah. Hybrid damage, yeah. It's a lot of damaging effects. Oh, getting super stunned there. And we don't have a priest class equipped, so we're relying on paladin heals. Not ideal by any stretch, but you know what? If we can just use power overwhelming to demolish everything. We could also just use divine invocation to make our nukes heal us. You know, I think that's a totally valid strategy also. So so yeah, Jarek and Archilady, good evening to the both of you. Right now we have Garrison's Mighty Mana Shock in our Spellblade. Which is our best spellbladeable nuke for now. Oh yeah, we could also just hard cast things with Empower for just big damage. This ranger was not really paying attention. Typical ranger. Yeah, Garrison's Mighty Mana Shock is just a generic magic damage nuke. It's nothing special. It is just a nuke. We do need to spend some points. You know what? I'm a little curious here. Anyway, we'll save Eminence for a little bit later when we're level. I want to save that for when I'm level 50. Stoicism is 10%. Don't really care. Circular breathing. Don't really care. Yeah, we could get double riposte. Master of all. To get another specialization option. You know, we could also do like one rank of Mastery of the Past. Persistent, quick damage. Yeah. Let's see. Well, Shock of Swords is, at least is one of the high tier mage nukes. So that's still very much a thing. Oh man, these guys are hella healing. There we go. 10.66% XP for the Baron. Very nice. Sadly, no +6 moat this time. There we go. Get smited, idiot. Bonk. And level 24. Bonk. Oh. Dumb elf. This is the part where you fall down. Alright, we get Frost Shock at this level. Which is pretty much just Garrison's Mighty Mana Shock, but cold. Column of Lightning. Just a nice 4-target AoE. Oh, we get Cast Force also at this level for more stuns. Oh, wait, is Cast Force a... Oh, that's an 8-target point-blank AoE, actually. Okay, yeah, we take those. Actually, yeah, 120... Yeah, we'll take those. versus Column of Lightning. 136 is another. Which is listed as a fire nuke. Even though it is. Oh, it is actually a fire spell. It checks against fire. Okay. Column of Lightning is a fire nuke. Alright, whatever. I know nothing. Nice. That went, very smoothly. Yeah, as expected, this is definitely a, sort of just, you know, offense is the best defense type of scenario. You know, the fastest way to make an enemy stop doing damage to you is to reduce its HP to 0. Truly the infinite IQ play. Mode of major potential. Thank you. Also, yeah, if anybody was curious, yeah, Pegasus Feather Cloaks are in the game. I have not personally seen Quillmane, despite a decent amount of time in South Karana, but, you know, such is the nature of Quillmane. Boy, howdy. The one nuke I really wish we had access to right now. Flame of Light. Everything would be so much easier if we just had Flame of Light. And inversion is such a great invocation. Oh, Knight Vital. Hello there. The Enchanted Fine Steel Bastard Sword. Quite good for this level, by the way. And 2442 on an enemy that's level 24, so you could get that at, like, you know, the mid-teens. Yeah, quite good. Yet another reason for us to live in this zone on launch. You stupid cleric. Stop healing. Okay. I realize it's the only thing your class does, and you're objectively playing your class correctly, but I still don't like it. This dude's got some serious MP, by the way. Now, he's dropping a lot of heals. And he's still got more than half his mana left. Gotta actually met up a little bit after that one. Yeah, two clerics stacked on top of each other. Slightly annoying. And there we go, level 25. What do we get at 25? Oh, we get a minor familiar. Oh, we get North Karana portal. Woo. We get Yonder. For shadow stepping. Oh, we get Soothe. Very important. Also doing a little bit of testing to see... Oh, we get O'Keel's Levity. Well, as long as the benefits of levitation. Oh, based. All right. That's actually really useful. Actual permanent duration, because it's self-only, lev and damage shield. Very useful. And we'll summon a minor familiar. will absolutely have to spend AAs sooner rather than later. Yeah, we can buy some resistances. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. There we go. Plus 10 to all resists. You know, it might not be the most exciting AA in the game, but, you know. No. Just have to imagine any random piece of gear. Would you rather it say no resists or plus 10 to all? Yeah, somehow plus 10 to all resists on a piece of gear is exciting. Plus 10 to all resists on an AA is just boring. Funny how that works. I mean, to be fair, raiding, like, anywhere resists were mandatory. You know, if you don't have enough magic resist against Vox and Nagafen, they would just fear you out of the hall and, you know, you just would not be able to contribute. You know, by the time Planes of Power raiding came around, you know, gear had kind of inflated up through Velius and Luckland tiers that, you know, every piece of gear worth wearing had a full deck of resists on it. You know, by that point, you're no longer having to choose, you know, do I want strength and stamina or, you know, do I want resists? Because by that point, every piece of gear just has all of it. And I remember finally getting my Talisman of Kareth. Or my, Umbral BP, whatever it was called. The BP off of Aten. I think that was called Umbral, or armor of, was that called Umbral body armor or Umbral breastplate or breastplate of shadows or something? I do not rightly remember. You were a buster. How is You know, I'm hoping we do get to go to NTOV. Ow. At some point. I clicked the wrong spell there. Because so many iconic items off of Volok. You know, as much as I want the timeline to just diverge and be its own thing, you know, a Palladius Axe of Slaughter sure would feel good. Plus the, I want to say, Necklace of Valtron? No, I gotta rep my boy Valtron, because he was my server GM before getting promoted up to development. He actually answered my very first petition when I was a wee lad. I mean, hey, you know what? There's, I mean, there's plenty of stuff I like about Lucklin. You know, Plains of Power is great and all, but, you know, I would be very happy to just see all new content. Or, you know, seeing old zones get repurposed into something completely different. Yeah, they put the moat upgrade system in. Yep, I was looking for that earlier, and the moat upgrader was oddly missing from Freeport for some reason. But yeah, you can combine 2 moats to get 1 moat of the next step up. Yep, he is a freaky black Geonid. Yeah, interesting how the creatures connected to the void or whatever are all kind of formless black, you know, abominations, kind of like the voidlings. So, makes you wonder, you know, what the void is, and does X-Death control it? I remember the good old Geonid camp in Plain of Valor. That was a great XP grind back in the day. oops. Gotta keep this Guild Wars grind going. As Doncho of my crew, I gotta set a good example for everybody. And 26. All right, what do we get at 26? Oh, we get Inferno Shock. Oh, very nice. And Energy Storm. Oh, interesting. Oh, that is the new Storm. Okay. Storm will dissipate after damaging 4 creatures or after 7.5 seconds. So, Energy Storm. Okay, we take those. And we get rid of Mana Shock. And we put in Inferno Shock. Okay. And we also get evac to North Corona now. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, has anybody here ever gotten left behind by an evac spell? I have. It's very rare, but it can happen. Ooh, that nuke feels good. That is... bonk. Oh, yeah, that feels real good. Oh, the giant ogre dudes as charm for hours and hours. Nice. Yeah, Drunder was a good zone. It was a... And doing the grinding in the pit was just awesome. Yeah, if you were strong enough to hold the pit, man, that was such a good grind. Oof. Yeah, these are fast kills. Feels good, man. You know, as I've said before, coming from a background of doing 0 DPS, doing any damage at all feels pretty good. Time flagged, Enchanter, yeah, Pit was our jam. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Though, Bastion of Thunder also fantastic. Or, if you could do, some of the, Plane of Earth A also was actually... I probably spent more time in Plane of Earth A than anywhere else. That was crazy good. Like the cave at the end of the zone, with all the geonids and stuff in there. Fire, yep, fire. Also, yeah, the castle especially. Fire castle was great. Except when the charm bird was up. Oh, good old charm bird. Oh, I see the Baron right now is also a paladin slash wizard. Alright, your ions against mine, I suppose. We almost stopped him from LOHing. Also, you know, despite the fact that I just referenced it with the your ions against mine line, I really do not like Final Fantasy X. I find that game exceedingly uninteresting. And most of the characters I find either boring or annoying. I mean, there are two huge reasons why I like Lulu, but, you know, that is the exception rather than the rule. You know, Lulu was pretty much Tetsuya Nomura's aesthetics taking their final form. You know, it's like, what if a character's entire outfit was nothing but belts? I would probably have less contempt for Tetsuya Nomura, but I was just a little too old for Kingdom Hearts. You know, and I remember the glorious pre-Nomura days of Final Fantasy, back when Final Fantasy was still good. You know, when Nomura was just, you know, daddy's little helper, giving Amano some assistance on the side. Just being like, Bizarro, Bizarro, I'm helping! Which, you know, tangentially, man, like that golden era of Williams Street shows on Adult Swim with stuff like, Aqua Teen Hunger Force and C-Lab. Like, man, if only we knew how good we had it. And 27. Just zooming right along here. Turns out when you can actually do damage to things, you can level kind of quickly. Virtual Gamer, good evening. We just one-shotted him. Crit him for 1,800 damage. 27. Oh. We get Bonds of Force. Oh, we get Stone Brunt at this level and Greater Fate Arc Portals. Alright, so we get nothing interesting at this level. Okay. Truly a dead level. That's fine. I was not actually expecting to one-shot that idiot. Nice to see it happen, but not expecting it. Istamael, you liking Pal Wiz? Oh, just starting out. I'm getting big dopamine from big nukes, which is what I expected. The lack of, good healing makes me sad. Because I'm just so used to, more defensive playstyles. But, and that's true of all games, by the way. But yeah, so far, at least for leveling purposes so far, it's going well. Also, yeah, Istamael, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. One Wizard Druid in your first trio. Druid comp in mind. Figure out how you would... I mean, you could easily, I think, go like Druid, Wizard, tank of your choice. And I think you'd have a very solid core there. Because Druid has a spell for everything. As well as like good damage shields and, heals at all. Maybe not amazing heals by any stretch, but heals at all. And... What Elf Beast get a Trent? Yep. Bard Beast Druid. Interesting, yeah. I mean, Bard just works. It's like Todd's games. It just works. All of this just works. You know, you've got the sustain, you've got the free AoE damage. The only finger quotes downside is Bard does demand a lot of AA investment. So, you know, your early AAs are going to be basically all going into spell gems and symphonic aura. But those are really high value AAs, so, you know, having to take some of the best AAs in the game first, oh no, darn the luck. And yeah, getting all your ports and stuff squared away early on is just such huge quality of life value. So you always have fast travel available. And you don't have to worry about paying gnomes to teleport you around. Or, God forbid, wait for boats. Slightly funny story. At least I think so. In my very heavily EQ inspired D&D setting, the one of my little kind of cultural quirks I set up was that the gnomish clockworks in Akanon are just always sticking their hand out for tips when dealing with like tourists and guests and customers and whatnot. And in fact, they all have like a little coin slot on their chest for you to slide coins into. And every time they do, you know, any kind of service, they always kind of, you know, like gesture subtle, not so subtly to their coin slot and go, eh, eh, eh. So like the time the players went to Akanon, you know, and they're relying on the gnome tour guides to find their way around the town and to get anything done. And they're just like constantly getting nickeled and dimed to death, paying tips to all these robots. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, just one of those little kind of quirky things that just added a lot of believability to the world. You know, gave the setting credibility. By just, you know, that little bit of verisimilitude. Yeah, a little bit of believability like that lends a huge amount of credibility to your setting and your campaign. Yeah, also, yeah, make players think their way through some kind of real world adjacent problem. Where that they can't really hand wave away with magic, like needing to obtain a license or something, and paperwork and permits to go somewhere and do something, or have like actual consequences happen. Um, like the players, like one of the first things actually that happened in the campaign. The players ended up starting off in Velius, and they went to their first mission after they found their way to Thurgoden was to go clean out the Tismac caves. First trio, not even. Yeah, This is definitely not our first trio. First trio was Paladin, Berserker, Cleric. So I mean, you can see from my inventory here. Innerrook earring, Innerrook necklace, Innerrook mask, Innerrook ring, slime blood of Khazak Thul gloves, Valorium, Berserker Valorium, Innerrook Valorium. Still just a Cloak of Flames on the back slot. Innerrook Valorium, Innerrook. Are you feeling for launch start Berserker, Paladin, Cleric, Berserker, for sure. Yeah, just Cloak of Flames. Because I don't have a Plane of Sky haste belt yet. Despite killing like 50 Sparrock Lords and like 50 Sisters of the Spire. I've got a few other Plane of Sky quest rewards, just not a haste belt. Alright, so Plane of Sky hasn't, alright. Plane of Sky specifically still has some iterations to go through, so I'm not gonna, everything I say, just don't apply to Plane of Sky yet. Basically, raid bosses, so dragons, Yale, Finnegal, Khazak, Innerrook, and Maestro, Fear Golems, and Draco Lich are, they only spawn in specific raid instances of their respective zones. They do not spawn in the open world versions. And so when you kill them in the instance, you get a lockout on that specific mob for 6.5 days per difficulty. So you can do 5 Innerrooks per week, 1 per difficulty. How Plane of Sky is going to work, we'll figure that out once the Plane of Sky instances become available. That's just not operational yet. And yeah, I think you could take basically any random group of 8 people at level 46 with total noob gear and do most of the raids in the game. If not all of them. Like, you could, I think, take this, like, roving band of level 46 characters. Start off, do Nagafen. You could probably do Nagafen 0 through 4 right there on the spot. Then go do Vox 0 through 4. Then walk up to Plane of Fear. Probably do that 0 through 4. And then go over to Plane of Hate and probably do that 0 through 4. And, maybe the raid will have collectively dinged 47 before you're done with it all. So the personal instance is just a copy of the open world zone for you to go run around in and poop on. it does not have the raid targets. Only the raid instance has the bosses. And, you know, personal instances, you can create a personal instance of whatever you want once per hour. So, personal instances collectively have a 1 hour lockout. But for example, like Plane of Hate, you could create a Plane of Hate instance, grind through it for an hour, then leave, make a new instance, and start over with a fresh pack of mobs. Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, I am absolutely happy to answer any questions anybody has anytime. That is what I'm here for. And Istmail, thank you for that follow right there. I appreciate that. Welcome to the program. And level 28. Huzzah. Alright, what do we get at 28? Oh, we get Thunderstrike. What is that? 263. Okay, that's the stun. Alright. Yeah, that's an alternative to Tashan's Clash, because it's a 1 second stun on a 12-second cooldown. Yeah, Shock Spiral of Alcabor is once again terrible, like every Alcabor spell for some reason. We get Vanilla Stun. 150 mana for that, good lord. For 263. I mean, it's not really... Yeah, it's not really part of that spell line. We could, I don't know if we really need, like, Cast Force. You know what? Here, let's... Direct damage... No, it's not even classified as a stun. It's just listed as a magic nuke. Okay. 100... Yeah, 4.05 seconds on Shock Spiral of Alcabor. What an oddly specific cast time. One more week. You're gonna keep streaming? Oh, I will absolutely keep streaming. You know, when we switch to open beta, we're gonna start over and level from level 1 again, and probably just and we'll be playing a little bit less seriously maybe, because that will actually get wiped. Only 2% now, yeah. Might be time to head to Guck. You know what, we're gonna over-channel this to Sean's Clash. Make sure he lands. Make sure it lands. And that this idiot stays stunned for the next 5 seconds. There we go. Oh, he's still worth almost 6% XP. Yeah, Shock Spiral is an AoE. It's just not a good AoE. Like, it feels like a step down from Energy Storm at 26. Or Column of Lightning, even. Like, I mean, the Alcabor spells are just notoriously bad for some reason. Like, I never even played Wizard, and I know that for some... That's how bad they are. Alright, another AA. 15. What was that? 224? By the way, so far this Granblue Guild War has been quite comfy. I'm sure the score cutoffs are going to be miserable. Revamp Blackborough? Not yet. It's, if I was starting a new character and if I was going to be more caster-centric, I would definitely go Blackborough instead of Befallen, just due to the drops. You know, since Befallen ended up just being very heavily skewed towards melee drops, they specifically made Blackborough be more caster-centric. Yeah, in the case of Befallen, it was somewhat coincidental. You know, they were basically, just restoring old, lost content, more or less, and it just coincidentally happened to be very melee-centric. So, to balance out the drop pool, yeah, Blackborough got a heavy caster bias. Jeez, we're halfway through this level already? Good lord. Hey. Baron didn't even get a chance to LOH that time. Maybe I don't know, maybe grinding to 30 down here is, not such a bad, idea. Because 30 we get greater healing. So pretty, sizable increase in survivability before heading up to Guck. And I kind of feel like Inversion is the real Spellblade. You don't need RNG. You just cast the spell fast enough to weave it between melee swings. Dropping some Berserker? Okay. I mean, Berserker is about as pure a Grug mode class as you could possibly have. It doesn't do anything tricksy. It just auto-attacks really hard with a two-handed weapon. That's the whole class. It has two notable things. One is Frenzy, which is just a kick bash type of damage button on a 15-second cooldown. And it has Berserker Stance. Now, Berserker Stance is going through some iterations, some rebalance work to make it make more sense. But the important thing that it does is it doubles your attack speed and also cooldown recovery speed on things like Bash, Kick, and Frenzy. So, like, Bash normally has a 7-second cooldown. That cooldown is affected by Haste. So, with some amount of Haste plus Berserker Stance, that 7-second cooldown turns into more like a 3-second cooldown. Because that's 100% haste that is multiplicative with everything else. So it's 100% more attack speed, to use some Path of Exile terminology. Yeah, Berserker just goes with any melee class. Because it just makes you better at auto-attacking and better at pushing buttons. So yeah, you get to punch and kick so fast. It's like you're Kenshiro in Fist of the North Star. You can just go, Omae wa mou shinderu. Yes, if you have too many strikes, it will absolutely chew through your endurance. That is 100% a thing. That said, though, it is way more endurance-friendly and endurance-efficient than the offensive stance that everybody gets or striker stance that almost everybody gets. So, because it is a class feature as opposed to just a general thing. Mm-hmm. Also, for all the weebs in the audience, everybody knows Kenshiro's trademark, catchphrase of "Omae wa mou shinderu," but who can tell me the most famous final line of his eldest brother Rao, whose name as king was Ken-O. The final words of Rao, spoken in the last episode of the original Fist of the North Star anime, and also in the corresponding chapter of the manga. If you can only say it in English, that's fine too. Yeah, Striker is a great burn phase ability. You will evaporate your endurance bar. You will also evaporate the enemy's life bar. So, give a little, get a little. It's just a high throughput, low efficiency burn option. When you want to just convert all of your endurance into damage right now, Striker Stance is how you do it. 29. Oh, 29, wow, gives us freaking nothing. Good lord. We get Magnify and Endure Magic. Wow. And apparently nobody weeb enough to know the Rao quote. Oh, that means you all fail slightly less at life than I do, so, don't feel bad. But the answer was Waga Shorai ni Ippen no kui nashi, which translates to, in this life I have had not even one regret. So, the sort of trivia that will possibly win you $1 million on a game show someday, but also ensure that you will never, ever touch a woman. So, you take the good with the bad. But the path of the righteous weeaboo is beset on all sides by the iniquities of selfish chads and the tyranny of evil thoughts. Yeah. Blessed is he who, in the name of charity and good fortune, shepherds his anime body pillow through the valley of darkness. for he is truly his waifu's keeper. And the finder of lost figurines. I think that's more or less how that line from Pulp Fiction went, right? I think. Well, Quentin Tarantino himself is a gigantic weeaboo, so, you know, he may not have written that in the script, but you know that's what he was thinking about. I mean, that and feet. Well, we're back to 41 AAs in the bank again. I mean, we're halfway through the level already. I almost feel bad for these poor mobs. They just don't have a chance. I mean, they're evil, so it's okay to kill them, and I don't actually feel bad for them, but, you know, almost. What are we going to spend all these AAs on? Yeah, almost. Yeah, kind of like the exchange between Humphrey Bogart and Peter Lorre in Casablanca at the beginning of the film, where Senor Ugarte says, "Do you hate me, Ricky? Do you despise me?" To which Bogart, as Rick, replies, "Well, if I gave you any thought at all, I probably would." And just the look of just sheer disgust on Peter Lorre's face. Yeah. If I gave you any thought at all, I probably would. Yeah, in another couple of days here, I'm going to actually do a video just kind of going through the AA hierarchy for my main trio. Because ultimately, you will be able to just get everything. It's just a question of what order do you do it in. How do you prioritize it? Because depending on what type of archetype you're trying to play, the priority list looks really different. Also depends if you're playing strictly in an ethical Kirito mode, solo self-found, or if you're doing multiplayer. Because if you're in strict SSF, then fear resistance and charm mez resistance don't matter. Because enemies won't use those on you if you're solo. But as soon as you have one other person in the party, they will absolutely CC the crap out of you. Even these light blues are still given like, 3.5%. Yeah, Befallen, totally valid up to 30. Much past 30, maybe not so much. Even the elf room here, I think, is going to get a little tedious by like 31-ish. Unless you really just want to keep grinding up those gear drops. I don't think I would necessarily recommend sticking around Befallen past 30. Though, those drops are very legit. And leveling multiple classes to 30 just to bank AAs and drops, also very legitimate strategy. Right, Jifei, Crushbone, Unrest. And, Unrest also on the docket for revamps. So, we'll see how that goes. Also, Gerlach, good evening. Have you tried crafting? I have not. As far as I'm aware, crafting is, for now, pretty close to vanilla. A lot of the new systems that will, other than some UI quality of life improvements to help make crafting not break your wrists as much, new actual systems and stuff are not implemented yet. So, just a better vanilla right now. Alright, ding 30. Oh, and this guy will give us an AA, so. Alright. Yeah, how much? Oh, you know what? Let's go see. We're seeing a lot of dark, a lot of light blue. Also, how much is Soldier worth now at 30? Like, could you eke out like 31 down here and not hate yourself? Well, it's actually still 3.5% off of him. Though the hallway over here with Corvin is all light blue. Mm, 2% off of light blue. So, okay, you know what? You could do 31 down here. And probably not hate yourself. There's still enough dark blue fodder. Or you hit a next lower guck. Yep. Same as always. Oh yeah, also on the revamp to-do list, as they mentioned in the live stream, permafrost is on the to-do list to get revamped to actually become a useful zone for something other than just where you go to kill Vox. So that'll be neat. Permafrost is a cool zone. I would love to see the Ice Witches area actually get utilized. And, you know, since regular instances don't have Vox, you know, her lair could be totally repurposed for something else. Hell, you know, make the Ice Witch the actual big boss of the zone. Outside of the raid version. I remember getting feared down into her area once by Vox many years ago. And that was scary. Because, yeah, she was no joke. And boy howdy did she ever love dropping ice comets on your head. Oh yeah, what spells do we get at 30? Ooh, we get lots of stuff. Steel skin. A. We gotta put greater healing on the bar. And, alright, Thunderclap. What does this do? 8 targets between 210 and 232 damage. Oh, that's an AoE stun. Okay. Alright, we'll put that up in place of Column of Lightning. Okay. Yeah, we're already yep. I'm just kind of blasting through levels here. I mean, literally blasting through them. That is kind of the idea. Night Vital is now light blue. But yeah, still 2.3% XP from him. So. But yeah, still 4.5% off the Baron at this level. Yeah, hardened bark breastplate plus 7, 27 AC, 17 poison and disease, 25 endurance. Yeah, for I think that drops in Blackburrow. That is quite nice. So another AA point. Just yeah, just zooming. Might what time is it? Yeah, it's only 8:44. Yeah, we're. If we get to I don't know, can we get to 46 tonight? If we can get to 46 tonight, we can get to 50 tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how Guck goes. Yep. You know, on Chanter we went from like 22 to 46 with just all gas, no brakes. It was awesome. But that was with a charm pet doing a lot of heavy lifting. as well as AoE mez, you know, to just kind of brainlessly steamroll the zone. So it won't necessarily be the same experience here. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, I'll say, this whole doing damage thing is kind of cool. Like, I see why people enjoy playing DPS classes. You know, that dopamine addiction is real. I can see how after people get accustomed to this sort of play style, like, they just do not want to even think about playing tank. You know, very legitimate, you know, consideration. You know, if either the player, you know, or like if somebody in any given fight has to get punched in the face, you know, most players I figure would rather be the ones doing the punching. Yeah, that just makes sense. Just get a little bit of mana here. Hey. Alright, dumb Baron thinks he's allowed to LOH. Well, here, I can do that too, idiot. Yeah, still 4.5% at this level. That's... Alright, Soldier, can you give me the last... What do we actually need? You know, 4%. Actually, it's like 4.2% or something. I think we need. I've watched The Furious 3 times already. Now, they're furious, but are they also fast? So, Ding 31. That mob was worth 4%? Really? Good God. Alright, what do we get at 31? Ooh, Circle of Force. Okay. Alright. We'll fire AoE. And we got a slightly longer duration damage shield. 5 minutes instead of 2 minutes in duration. So that's something? Just a little fire AoE for 200 damage. Thunder Strike, yeah, Thunderclap is the AoE. It is just another fire pillar. When, you know, Energy Storm does 238 as a rain effect for less mana. Like, what is the point of this spell? Compared to, like, Energy Storm, that we got 5 levels ago. No. North Corona. West Corona, North Row. Oh, do we not have... Oh, because they have Kazakh Thule. Okay. Instead of something else. Okay. We gotta just ritual cast in a Thule. Ring of... Or Ring of Ferrot, either one. Yeah. I guess we gotta use South Row also. Whatever. It all gets to the same place. And hey, Garm, you see we got Guild Wars going on. You know, it's I will not run from the ancient battlefield. Yep. Yep. The Skyfarers yearn for the Guild Wars. Hey there, Forager Grick. Alrighty. Wow, this is so much nicer with levitate. How many people are in the zone? Just me. I see a paladin in here though, so he's probably working on Shinlord, so I will leave him be. Do we do Guck on +4? Normally we do Guck. Normally we only do Guck on like +2. Since yeah, we'll stick to +2 on Guck. And there we go. Yeah. Yep, and looking forward actually to seeing the new in-house Legends specific maps. Alright, Shingul Knight. Deleted. Deleted. And another A point. What do we even pick up at this point? Do we pick up more like finishing blow ranks? Just for fun? More mnemonic retention. Pick up quick damage. Maybe we can take Rampage. More adamant ranks. More adamant will, honestly. Yeah, 80% chance to resist charm, 60% chance to resist mez. Yeah, we'll take those. Very expensive. But combined with unyielding invocation does get you to 100% charm resist. And yeah, like the one great feature I really want to see, I want Slay Undead for nukes. That would be so glorious. I want to land a Slay Undead with Ice Comet. You can get Slay Undead with archery. Just not nukes. That's like my one totally new thing that has never existed before that I would like to have exist. Let's see, we don't have any, we can cast some bullet transcell. Undead. We only have expulse undead right now. That's no fun. You can put up spirit armor real quick, though, just to pad out our AC a little bit. Oh boy, it added 4 extra AC above and beyond what major shielding provides. Oh, we could put oak heals on here as well. Yeah, it only takes 2 seconds to cast, so... Oh, it's actually blocked by oak heals levity. Never mind. Okay. Any other... I don't think we have any other... We haven't gotten a new Frost update yet. Yeah, Circle of Force, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, which is also a, yeah. %91 into the level already. Ooh, that's a lot of mobs. That's okay. We'll just delete them. Okay, then there's level 32. 32. Anything? Oh, lava storm. Down a storm. Oh. Okay, there's our new rain nuke. Alright, that's cool. Oh. So, okay, we have lava storm. And, oh, we have harvest. Oh. You know what? We can harvest. Alright. Nectalos portal and evac to Greater Fadar. Okay. Utility beneficial. Nope. Heals. Oh, it's called mana flow. Thought it would have been called maybe a like a conversion or something. And has a 600-second cooldown. All right. Excuse me. Ooh, nice crit on one of them there. Another ping. 331. We're blasting these red cons like they're nothing. Nice of these guys to just kind of pull themselves at a nice little pace there. Easy peasy. Do a quick little med session here. Oh, wait, what are our... let's see. Specialization is unfortunately very bugged. But you know what? Master of all... Here, let's train another rank of that. Cool. Yeah, so now, yeah, evocation. Yeah. Now shows, yeah, the higher skill cap there. It won't actually display correctly until we zone at least once, but, yeah, we can... This kit will now be allowed to specialize in evocation. Level 33. Very nice. Oh, if Mistmore and Unrest will be instance, everything is. You can make personal instances of every zone in the game. Well, not Sky yet. That's coming soon, trademark. But yeah, you can... with the notable exception of Sky, until they implement it, you can make instances of every zone in the game. You know, you can make a personal instance of Nariak if you really want to. Greater Shielding, Symbol of Rilton, and... what I would really like, though, is for Mistmore to get a little bit of a tuning pass. Basically, just to bump the spawn rates on a lot of the named. As they are still 1999 spawn rates. I.e., most of the named are just mythical. You know, like, for all the time I've spent in Mistmore, I think I've seen the Caitiff once? I've seen the princess in the spa, or princess or priestess, whatever her name is, in the spa a few times. Only dropped the Diamondine earring once, though. That is a pretty rare drop. Also, yeah, wow, we're halfway through this level already. We haven't even, like, made it down one wing of the hall. Oh, hello, Ghoul Sentinel. Oh. Yeah, like, Spellblade's cool and all, like, for, like, automated healing. But for actually just doing damage with nukes, man, Inversion just absolutely mogs Spellblade in every way. Hey, Beta Flame 00, welcome, welcome. Thanks for that follow. Glad to have you here with us. We are kind of chewing through mana at a pretty substantial pace. So you know that is a thing. How much mana do we get back with a harvest, by the way? 41, 9%. I mean, it's something. Admittedly, we are, mega overgeared. And just watching to see how it is. Oh, very good. Having been playing now for over a month, I can tell you it's very good. And Trap of Logic, good evening to you as well. And also Beta Flame, just so you know, we're pretty much playing on New Game Plus mode here with pretty much best in slot end game gear. So we're cruising and zooming here, but we have a lot more HP and mana than you would normally have at level 33. So just do take that as a caveat. You gonna play the new beta? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Bloodthirsty, Darghoul, and oh, hello. Hello, a Frenzied Ghoul. Good to see you, my friend. We'll give you a nice empowered blast right there. We'll, alright, get some... And Trap of Logic dropping that Prime sub. Thank you for that. Helping to bankroll the channel and keep this train on the tracks. Not staying on long. Just wanted to renew the sub, though. I appreciate it. Yeah. Enjoy your continued use of emotes and badges and whatnot. Some combination of Enchanter. Yeah, we just leveled Enchanter to 50 last night. Enchanter was awesome. I had so much fun with Enchanter. Doing Paladin, Berserker, Enchanter. Yeah, it was excellent. We were, we were grinding levels in Plane of Hate, and it was crazy good. I mean, even, like, we came down here into Guck at level 22 initially, and we just cleaned house. We accidentally trained ourselves at the beginning, had, I don't know, 20-some mobs stacked on top of each other. Like, they were so densely stacked up, I couldn't even count them. Just, kept them AoE mezzed and just kept blasting them one at a time. It was great. We also took our Paladin Cleric Enchanter combo, did Inneruk solo on the second highest difficulty while only level 46. And we did not even use a charm pet for that one. We just used a regular animation pet. I haven't played EQ since, did they have the Stone UI Kunark? So a long time ago. So, you're saying it's been a little while. Oh, we, dinged 34 somewhere along the way, and I totally missed it. Wow, we're already a quarter of the way into the level, and I, totally missed the fact that we dinged. Hue. What do we have? Oh, we have, Wrath from Paladin. We have Ice Shock. Okay, 410 and 539. Which is for 150 mana. We have a slightly cheaper, or slightly more, how fast is it? 4-second cast. We have a slightly more efficient counterpart to Inferno Shock, but less impactful. Less dopamine means less fun. Yeah, tops out at 539 instead of 600. So, and, Kunark will be the first expansion, but, speaking of Kunark, but, we're getting Nectropos Castle in October before Kunark. So, let that be a lesson to, or a good indicator to everyone that we are not following the EQ1 timeline. This is its own game. Ghoul Lord's chance of being up? Yeah, 50% probably. Actually, it might even be a little more than that. Like, I think I usually see more Ghoul Lords than I see PHs. It might be more like 75%. Maybe, I have no scientific data to give you an exact number, but it's quite generous. He is not a rare spawn. Frenzy is rare. And Froglock King is either guaranteed or very common. Hopefully, well, Ghoulbane cannot be quested right now, but maybe once Kunark comes out, it will probably become questable. The items for the quest do currently drop. You just can't turn them in because that NPC does not exist. But you can just farm Shinlord for Ghoulbanes. Yep, paladins get a huge advantage when it comes to epics, since we can pre-do 90% of it before Kunark ever drops. And especially the hardest 90%. The last two fights are no big deal. And it's just some hails and some legwork. Yep, NPC and Felwith. Yep, that is eventually how you quest Ghoulbane. Or the other should say there's a that's an alternate way because you can kill that NPC, and they have a 100% chance of dropping Ghoulbane. The quest is in what, Lava Storm or something. You know, with the ease of feeding Pandos, wrecking your Felwith faction is much less of a limiting factor than it used to be. And remember, everybody has access to Sneak now, because you can always just swap to Rogue for a moment if you need to sneak up on Pandos to stuff him full of muffins. Oh, Spell Haste 2. Yes. Wait, do we have anything that we can actually put that on? Don't I actually have, pretty sure I actually have one of those. I don't have one of those, actually. Yeah, Spell Haste 2, very useful. If only, if we had anything, if we had a chest slot we could actually put it on. Sadly, like, just to show, as if you, yep. The result of this combine would produce an unusable item. Sadly, yeah, I can't do that. Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Yeah, no fun allowed. Oh, yes, Muffin Quest is in. Also, you can bulk turn in items. So you can hand Pandos 4 stacks of 100 muffins each. The game will sit there and have to think about it for a solid minute, and as it iterates through 400 turn-ins, but you will get 400 turn-ins worth of faction in an instant. So you at least won't get, carpal tunnel. And you can do the same thing with a lot of quests like that, like, bulk bone chip turn-ins and stuff like that. If the item is stackable, yeah, you can turn in fat stacks. Yeah, you can same deal with turning in wine to fix your Neriac faction if you want to unlock Dark Elf. Have I done any class unlocks? Just the one at 50 that I got for free. I would need to spend more time in Plane of Sky to do actual quest unlocks. I've done a good chunk of the cleric quests, actually. I'm like halfway to unlocking cleric as a main class. But still missing a couple of drops. Race unlocks. Not intentionally. A couple of them are really easy. Dark Elf is really easy because you just turn in a, truckload of wine and there you go, you're done. Erudite is really easy. Actually, most of the Fade War races are all pretty easy. Because, you turn in muffins to do one half, and you kill a bunch of aqua goblins to do the other half, and there you go, you're done. 35. Oh boy, we get another Alcabor spell. That'll be good. Force Spiral of Alcabor. 162 to 172 damage. Up to 4 creatures. Pushback 2, reuse 9. Compared to like Thunderclap, which has 10 pushback, by the way. I mean, Thunderclap is actually kind of goofy to use like that. 232 for 175. Versus, Force Spiral of Alcabor costs more mana and does less damage and has a 5-second cast time instead of a 3-second cast time. Has less pushback, but once again, Alcabor spells make everybody wonder, how did Alcabor get so famous? Like, why was Firiona hanging out with this like absolute chud of a wizard? Muffins and white wine, yep. For oh yeah, that's right, you can do white wine for the other half of the Fate Arc races. So yeah, you get like, high elves, dwarves, and wood elves all at the same time. And wood elves will also get you half elves. Because you unlock half elves by unlocking either wood elves or humans. Spell loses 20% of its power if you name it after yourself. Well then, like, was there some guy named Light whose spell, and so like when he created the spell Flame of Light, it lost like 90% of its power? I was just thinking, like, was it Light from Death Note? And yeah, clearly, yeah, because his spell just sucked that much. That's why he's such a pissy little bitch. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, this deep lore does track. You Spellblade? Generally speaking, no. Well, because a lot of AOE nukes just have recast times that precludes them from being spellbladeable. So you could spellblade an AOE as long as it met the prerequisite, because the limitation is it must have a reuse time less than or equal to its cast time. So, like Lava Storm has a 5-second cast time and a 12-second reuse. Thunderclap, 12-second reuse. You know, so most AoEs have a little bit of a recast like that. Not all of them, but most. Like, Enchanter's first AoE Mesmerization, does not have that limitation, so you can Spellblade it. And that mezzes up to 30 targets for 24 seconds. Ice Comet plus 10. Will be so beautiful. I also, I think I was mentioning last night something else I would really like to see. And that is something equivalent to ancient spells, where, pinnacle bosses have high-powered spells in their drop tables. So, the melee characters get new weapons, get top-tier weapons from killing pinnacle bosses. But, so why don't casters get top-tier spells from pinnacle bosses? Getting motes is cool and all, but you can grind those from XP mobs. Let the casters actually have something to look forward to on the mob's loot table. Something actually exciting. Like, a new focus effect is nice. But it's not the same as getting a new sword. Plus 10 Ice Comet spell drop. We can only hope. Or, whatever the level 60, counterpart to Ice Comet is. Actually, you know what? Here we go. Call it, Ice Meteor. Have it be the level 59 or 60. Wizard Nuke. Have it drop off of, like Drushk or something in Vishen's Peak. I don't know if any of the dragons in Vishen's Peak are wizards by default. But likewise, make Faradar is an enchanter. Have her drop a pinnacle level enchanter spell. Ancient double Ice Comet. Glorious. Or just, Ice Comet Storm. It starts with like 2 or 3 comet drops. By the time you get it up to plus 10, it's like 5 or 6 comets that all hit in sequence. Oh, another AA point. What is that? Number 336. You know, or if one of the VP dragons is a paladin, you know, have it drop, you know, Ancient Flame of Light that now hits for 200 damage. And level 36. 36. Nothing. All right. Next. We're leveling Druid and Wizard to 25. Oh yeah, absolutely. Though I mean, you know, you'll need to have your main class on that whole time, because you know your main class gets locked in at 11. But oh yeah, 100% worth leveling Druid and Wizard just for travel spells. I will do that for sure. Basically, my plan, I would level the main starting trio up to like 30, let's say. Then switch in Druid, level that up to, you know, 25 or 28, something like that. Then swap in Wizard, level that up, and then get back to the main trio leveling. Enchanter, Wizard, Druid, and that sounds like a slog. I mean, the fact that you're going to be very squishy, you're going to have, you know, no hit points, no armor, you're a caster. So, you know, you will need to deal with the fact that you are made of paper. So, that might definitely make it feel like a slog compared to somebody who has a tank in their trio and can just block punches with their face. Yeah, you'll have your enchanter pet, which is something, and the enchanter pet is a dual class warrior paladin, so it is actually pretty tanky by pet standards. It's still kind of flimsy. I mean, it's still an enchanter pet at the end of the day, but you do have full control over it. Just do not expect it to be a good tank. Certainly, I mean, like, even with, like, pinnacle gear on a triple class setup, pets do not tank well. They just do not have the defensive capabilities that a player has. Doesn't mean they crumple in one round, but yeah, it's still going to feel like a slog leveling. Well, on the other hand, you'll have wizard nukes, so you know you'll just have overwhelming firepower. So you got that going for you. Jekin, yeah. Jekin, the absolute goat. Jekin, the little enchanter pet who could. Yeah. All he had was a fiery avenger and a dream. How's Zerk Wiz? I'm having a pretty good time with it so far. maybe not quite the, power overwhelming level that Enchanter was. Because we don't have a charm pet to carry us and do all of our damage for us. But on the other hand, we do have, big dopaminergic wizard nukes. So yeah, we're not pulling trains of 20 mobs like we did on Enchanter. Uh, but, like 3 or 4 mobs at once, we can just kind of AoE them down fast enough to not really worry too much. And kind of the one sticking point, though, is I have just not been using Spellblade at all. Because it's just RNG based. I'm having such a better time just using Inversion. Oh yeah, yeah, yep. Charm is very strong. Hey KC, I see you're lurking. Good evening to you. Also, reminder, everybody, if you didn't call your dad yet today, you should probably do that before it gets too late. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's not too late to give him a call. He would probably appreciate it. And yeah, we were using a charm pet to level in Plane of Hate last night to great effect. We charmed a rogue gargoyle, and it was just deleting enemies. And we were not even bothering to cast slow, because a 6-second Shiftless Deeds cast was longer than the average mob lifespan. And it's in September in Australia. Okay. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, September's fine. How is pal Zerk Ench? Very strong. I mean, Enchanter is really, really strong. Charm and Mez and Haste and Slow. I mean, it's, you take a good chassis like Paladin, add, the DPS of a Zerker, and then you add one of the all-time best support classes in Enchanter, and, and yeah, you have a very good result. Yep, and illusions and crack. And yeah, I'll say, with Smite, Paladin wants to have a lot of mana regen in order to feed Smite. Enchanter has that in spades. Yeah, Enchanter is just such a great support class. Also helps if you want to use a charm pet. Having a you know, having tank defenses for when charm breaks is really nice. Because then you don't explode the moment charm breaks. Especially on a pet that's been hasted and Boon of the Garrod and everything else. What about swapping Berserker for Ranger for dual wield? Attack buff tracking. Alright, so on the question of mana pool bonus, so the way resources work is it takes your best 2 out of 3. So the 2 best mana pools you get that you would have, it adds those together. So depending on what your third class is, Ranger may not actually add any mana if you already have like a full caster in your third slot. Depending on, you know, like what that third caster is, maybe like your in wisdom balance, etc. Yeah, power range and yeah, depending on how much int versus wisdom you have, just by coincidence, will determine if Ranger actually adds any mana to your setup. But yeah, the attack buff is very real. Dual wield is awesome. Track is very useful. You do get archery. Archery with Slay Undead is actually really funny. And once you actually, you know, there's like once you get your plane of Skybow, archery becomes a valid playstyle. Archery kind of sucks until then, but yeah, you can do crazy damage with archery with Slay Undead. And Bass Third, hello, welcome to the program. Given a vote for Warrior. Warrior goes with everything. Warrior just works. Well, just like Todd Howard's game. It just works. You can go to the top of that mountain. Think of Warrior, Paladin, Shaman. Very, very tanky. Cleave is a great skill. Also, you know, you have your choice of, you know, Valorium or Indicolite for tank armor. So you're going to have the highest HP pool that is physically possible. So, yeah, very sturdy. Warrior also bringing some good weapon choices. And, you know, and all the powers of dual wield. And as we've talked about before, currently dual wield just mogs the crap out of two-handing. Just in every scenario. Two-handers actually need some love compared to dual wield. Think you can handle D4? And when you say D4, you mean like grinding XP in a D4 for modes? Or do you mean like, you know, Kazakh and Inarok D4 solo? Fox Nag, probably. Fox and Nag are just not hard. I mean, it might need some gear, but, you know, like, fresh out of the gate, wearing, you know, bandit armor and patchwork, maybe not. Oh, we got lightning shock. Ooh, 5. All right, 4-second cast. Ah, okay. We have another. 570. All right. Resource is 185. Oh, this one's actually a little more mana efficient. Well, you know what? We'll put lightning shock on there. Daring, don't care. West Corona, translocate to Tox. Oh boy, Divine Purpose. Concussion. Well, that's the de-aggro spell, which we do not need, so... So, you know, as far as taking a long time to kill, Warrior does bring some nice damage potential. But that being said, yeah, 2 tanks plus a healer. You'll be close to unkillable, but your damage is still going to be nothing special, probably. I mean, unless you mean you've got Paladin in a kit, so, you know, go slay undead and have fun with that. But yeah, doing, you know, and I've seen people do Kha'Zix with some kind of goofy off meta builds. Kha'Zix is not hard, especially if you can slow him. You'll be fine. You could probably do Kha'Zix. D4, I don't know. You might struggle with D4 just due to not because your heals are not mana efficient. I won't say it's impossible. I'll just say it'll be hard. On the other hand, I think, yeah, Warrior, Paladin, Shaman would definitely struggle with Inneruk. Just, again, due to inefficient healing. Yeah, Slay Undead early. And remember, you can start working on Slay Undead at level 1. It has no prerequisites and no level requirement. It does cost 369, so it's a little more expensive than your average archetype AA. But yeah, by the time you're hitting level like 20-ish on your starter trio, you should be maxing out Slay Undead. You know, like 17 to 20-ish. Warrior, Berserker, Monk. I mean, based mana not haver. As much innate regen. You know, the Ixar regen is not going to amount to anything. And because it's, what, like 3 points a tick or something? Warrior gets... it's disabled right now because it's broken, but Warrior will have 1% per tick as an AA for 6 points at level 30. And a fully geared out Warrior is going to have in excess of 7,000 HP. So that AA right there is over 70 HP per tick. Mend is also a big heal. And then that's really about it for regen, actually. I mean, you could put a Rubicite breastplate in your, you know, in one of your any slots for some more, but that's about it. I mean, Rubicite BP is the only item-based source of regen currently in the game. And I think it'll top out at like 16. Also, Kicker 4515, thanks for hitting the follow button. I appreciate that. Glad to have you on board. And Bass Third as well. Good to have you. Welcome. Thanks for that follow. Yeah, Rubicite BP is like 5 or 6 by default and gets +1 per +1. So at +5, I want to say it gives like 11. Zerker Sky Chest has okay. Oh, hello, Hopter. Sky Chest is 10, goes to 20. Okay, so you get 20 points from that. Another, like, let's say, call it 12 from a Rubicite BP in the any slot. About 70, call it even 75 from being a warrior. So there's 100. Default regen is basically non-existent. Maybe, +3 for being a troll or something. So you'd get to, at most, about like 110 under absolute best case scenario. Cleave only hits 3 targets, FYI. It's still really, really good. But yeah, the old days of shaker paging are gone, and they are not coming back. And I had asked Alia just directly about shaker paging once a while ago, and the answer is that shaker paging is dead and gone. And rightly so. And Druid damage shield is very nice. Earthquake. That is the Earth Shaker. It is the proc in basically everybody's weapon. Earth Shaker right there. Starts proccing at 45. For about, 247, I think? Yeah, Earthquake procs for 246. Yep, drops off Master Yale very commonly. Everybody has one. It is the biggest damage proc available on a melee class weapon. Sort of rain. No, there are no, at least no rain procs available to non-casters. The Katana AoE rain from CT. I don't think so. Because I don't think Monsoon has a proc on it. Yeah, Monsoon has no procs, so it's not that. But it does have haste on it, though, which is cool. Yeah, fortunately, you do not hit yourself with your own rain spells anymore. You can see I'm casting rain spells in point-blank range, and it does not hit me. AoE cap is either 4 or 8, depending on the spell. Targeted AoEs are 4, point-blank AoEs are 8. Another A. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. Hey, the fetch. Good evening. Yeah, and yeah, not every old world item is in the game. Like Mana Stone is gone and not coming back, and rightly so. And ding, 38. 38. What do we get? Nothing. Oh boy, we get Shifting Sight, Chill Sight. All right. Well, that's a dead level. Well, what is that browser you have open? We are grinding the competitive event on Granblue Fantasy over here in the corner. Ah, you're doing Sra Mines on Quarm. Oh, very nice. I remember the good old days of farming Emperor weapons to get ready for that raid. The bad old days of needing Bane weapons to hurt the bosses. As if just getting a raid's worth of keys wasn't enough. Oh. Cool Lord ought to respawn here any second. I think. Maybe? And yeah, I would be very happy to see every key in the game just go to the key ring and never have to think about them. And never have to waste inventory space on them. Yeah, I mean, I like obtaining the keys, doing the progress quests and stuff like that. I just don't want to have to fill whole, backpacks with keys and lug them around wherever I go. That was kind of the upside of the pop flagging system, was you didn't need any physical keys. Everything was just a flag. One more shard for your Vexthal key. Oh, very good. There we go. Well, so far, like playing the Sky Keys, you click each portal once, and you get an achievement, and the achievement functions as your key from there on out. Pineal Key is the same way. But like Befallen Keys do not work that way. Befallen Keys, you actually need the item in your inventory. Although, you don't need the item on your cursor anymore. You just need it in your inventory, and the game will figure it out. And the third key in Befallen was temporary, aka no rent, but is no longer. That got patched out like in the last day or two. Yeah, smoked glass key, no longer temporary. Clipping through doors with illusions, that is no longer a thing. That got fixed. Sorry, yep. Amulet of Necropotence is no longer the key to the world. Yeah, so far I have not had a problem with mobs casting through walls. Well, I have had a problem with Vox attacking through walls. I've had plenty of like repeatable situations where she can melee me, but she's like on the other side of a wall, so she can't actually hit me with spells or her breath weapon. Unrest hags. That right there is some emotional damage. Oh, man. I'm gonna hit, let's see, how are we doing on time? It is a little after 10. Okay. I'm thinking we'll probably make 40 tonight. And that'll probably do us. Maybe then tomorrow. If we make 40 tonight, tomorrow we can hit 46. Probably grab Ice Comet as well. With the expectation that we go up to Plane of Hate again on like Tuesday or something. How is line of sight for tagging? Yep, absolutely required. Unless you're unless it's like a non-KOS mob or something that you can tag with a hail. You can hail from around a corner. And you know, pacify acts like a beneficial spell, so you can cast that without line of sight. Achievements can be exported. You know, let's take a look. Oh, output to file. There you go. I'll put a filtered list of your achievements to a file. Completing the raids in the original 3 continents. Why do we not have the Plane of Fear Conqueror? Or Payneal or the Hole? Like, we've killed everything, and I mean, those... probably just... Alright. Hole. Oh, because... Oh, Hole is still set to Echo of Nortlov, which is not in-game yet. Okay, that makes sense. Plane of Fear... For some reason, I have not gotten credit for killing Fright. I have killed Fright many times. It just never completed for some reason. Plane of Sky. Oh, you gotta kill Thunder Spirit Princess to get the Plane of Sky. Okay, that's fine. We'll kill her at some point. Just for fun. And for the achievement. Yeah, no idea why we never got Fright credit. Instance disable server lag. Probably. It certainly helps with video lag because you're not having to draw 50 people in the zone. You'll deepen your achievements now. That's okay. And they also keep doing more memory optimizations on the back end. So the game will just run a lot smoother than it has than it probably ever has in the past. Yeah, July, yeah. Yeah, at that point, you know, server goes live. Hold on to your butts. Which, I'm going to need another, like... I gotta go buy a nice bottle of wine for launch day. Hey, Dark Templar. No, this is not... This is just the, everyday feeling good, get up. Yeah, I mean... I actually was not wearing the tie for work today. I put that on just to stream. But yeah, I dress like this just all the time. And ding 39. I'm to be a suit guy. You know, you'd get used to it. You'd get used to it. Yeah, good. Yeah, Billy Ray feeling... Well, I mean... Air conditioning exists. And I know you have air conditioning because you are not dead. Oh yeah, been getting a lot of mileage out of the rain AoEs. Been quite good. Leveling Wizard has been very easy and quick. I mean, I have, believe me, I have spent plenty of time in not just the South, or I should say, not just the southern U.S., but, you know, spent a lot of time in Texas, a lot of time in Georgia. Also, I've spent time in South Asia and in East Asia. I have experienced some horrific heat. Also, actually, the part of central Pennsylvania that I grew up in the Susquehanna Valley, is hell on earth for heat. It is considered a subtropical zone, actually. Humidity over 100% is totally normal there. Temperatures in the 90s start late May. And the temperature never goes below about 85 until almost October. Yep. Oh, believe me, don't I know it. Yeah, the fun little story, by the way. The very first time I ever went to Las Vegas, I was sitting outside the Rio, waiting to pick up the bus to go down to the Strip proper. I was sitting out in the midday sun in July, and was thinking, you know, this isn't so bad. It's a little warm out, but not bad at all. What is it, like 80, maybe 85 degrees? Check my phone. Oh, it's 115. So, yeah, 115 in Vegas. Feels like about 85 in central Pennsylvania. By the way, there's a reason why I do not live in the Susquehanna Valley anymore. I got the hell out of there, and I will never go back. Oh, yeah, in Colombia? Oh, I believe that. Fun fact, actually, yeah, as I told some of you, last week, was it, you know, yeah, June 10th, actually. I was at a civic function in an old building with no air conditioning. I was standing around for a while, and I actually passed out from the heat. I passed out standing up. Not fun. I could actually see my vision irising in as my consciousness was slipping away. I was fine as soon as I sat down and got a little bit of water in me. I'm in danger. What did I say? Like 39 was a dead level? 39. Oh, yeah, another dead level, yeah. We get Wave of Life, which is bad. Revive, which is irrelevant. Guard, don't care. IVU, whatever. And a better root, because we're totally casting root on these guys. I'll tell you, the one time when I was actually it was over 4th of July, getting to be a bunch of years ago. This was probably like 2018 ish. There was this so I was at Anime Expo for work, and there was this freak, which is in Los Angeles, by the way, for all you non-weebs. So I was in Los Angeles over 4th of July weekend. It was screaming hot, as it frequently is. But there was also this freak humidity system blanketing the entire western half of the country. I wrapped up work in LA, drove to Vegas, and even in Vegas, the humidity was over 50%. It was crazy. Even just, even after dark, well after dark, at night, it was so hot and so humid that it was actually not just unpleasant, but physically difficult to go outside and walk across the street to eat dinner. You know, yeah, across the street. 30 feet was challenging. It was just unreal. I mean, it was just physically impossible to have fun. Like, anything that required leaving the hotel was just not happening. Yeah. 98 with 70% humidity. Yeah, real feel was 115. Yeah, that sounds like Orlando, all right. See, that sort of thing is why every time I've been to Orlando, all I've ever done is sit around in my hotel room. Well, I should say, I go outside long enough to go to Publix, grab a bunch of alcohol, then go back to my hotel room and drink myself stupid. That's all I do in Florida. And yeah, Nathaniel Marr, you know what? Well, I'm an airlessy paladin, so, Nathaniel does not really get to have a say in this. Nathaniel, I like him, but he does not help me hit curveball. All right, who gets that reference? Go ahead and out yourself as being Unk AF. Don't worry, we all are, or at least most of us. Yep, Major League, GG. You have won yourself a cookie. You must provide your own cookie, though. I do not have any cookies to give out. uh... Yep, yeah, very important. If you want to learn how to hit a curveball, yeah, just start sacrificing chickens to Jobu. You'll be fine. Ooh, 2455 on that crit. Very nice. Big crit on Hopter right there. I still want Slay Undead via nukes, though. Yay, another ping. Oh, we actually killed those two at the on the same hit. Nice. Boop. 84. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, almost 11 o'clock. Yeah, we'll ding 40 here, and I think then we'll wrap it up for the night. Heck of a run, yeah. How much did we, I have 4 hours and change to go from 22 to 40. Not bad. Oh, yeah. Yep, Guck and Befallen. Yeah, just absolutely match made in heaven here. Yeah, we did Befallen to 31. And then we came here. No, we did Befallen on difficulty 4 and Guck on difficulty 2. Oh, we need one more mob. That's fine. Yeah, gotta get those delicious, delicious motes. Yeah, on the first grind to 50, I would be playing on, well, I would be doing Guck on +0 on first playthrough, probably, maybe +1. Just to be safe and level efficiently. But there we go. There's level, 40 and change. So let's check did we get any decent spells for 40? Nope. Wow. Wizard has like some dead levels here. My God. When did we get lightning? Lightning shock was 37, and even that was like a side grade to Inferno shock. 38 was nothing. Because like Inferno shock was it 34 or something? No, 26. Yeah, Inferno shock came online at 26. And yeah, at 37 we got a spell that was basically a side grade to it. Yeah, mobs don't flee at +1. Actually very handy. Although in Guck they're all undead, so they don't run, so but +1 is not a big difficulty bump, and it is a 20% XP bump. So, I mean, we get Bonds of Force at 27, but yeah. Yeah, other than, yeah, we're still using Lava Storm from 32 as our rain spell of choice. Yeah, 40, we get freaking nothing. 41. All right, 41, we get Frost Storm at least, which is 512 per tick. So, all right. 41, we get a new rain. Oh, we get, okay. We get a new long cooldown stun at 41. Otherwise, not much. 42 is nothing. Oh, 43. Okay, 43 is the next real nuke. That's when we get conflagration. New rain or bust. Frost has higher results and or higher resists. Seek wisdom. Yeah, conflagration will be our next real nuke. Oira. Gravflux is a thing, I guess. Calm. Oh, we get mana ignition at 44. That's the it's only 400 damage, but it's basically unresistible. And good old Carl. And mana ignition, yeah, almost unresistible, but also 30 pushback on mana ignition. Interestingly, Gravflux only has 1 unit of push up. Mana ignition has 3. But yeah, 200 mana for 400 damage. Versus, you know, like Enticement of Flame. We get the first like fire lore at the same level, which is a better damage ratio. Only minus 100 fire check instead of minus 200 chromatic, but also doesn't fling the enemy across the room. Is the stopping points... actually, that's a good question. So, interestingly, rituals pretty much only, let's see, 19, 21... Here we go. Actually, spells. Greater Fate Art Gate. Yeah, Gate. The last gate is Kazakh at 23, actually, and West Karana. Yep, you get all your personal teleports at 23. Versus Druid. Hits all of their rings by 22. Yep. And yeah, 46 for planes. Which, if you want to spend like 100 plat to teleport straight to the planes instead of just walking there. Yep. And yeah, you saw, yeah, now granted, without all the OP gear we have, you know, 20 to 40 or 22 to 40 would not be this quick. Because you'd have to be a little more careful and you wouldn't have as much mana and, you know, everything else. But still, those, yeah, all those big nukes, you know, just grind levels like crazy. And you know what? We're just gonna Master of All, yes. Master of All, yes. We're just gonna buy that out. So we can just specialize. We have all specializations available now. You can port in South Row. Yes. Rituals. South Row. Yeah, Ring of South Row. So, Druid version. Yeah, Druid gets South Row. Both classes get North Row. Oh, to hate, yeah. It's in Oasis. Because it's the old 99 version of the desert that's North Row, Oasis, South Row. So you go to Spectre Tower and Oasis. So, all right. So goal for tomorrow is going to be to just grind up more levels. Probably, I think the soft goal for tomorrow is going to be grind to 46, go get Ice Comet, and then we'll probably do the 46 to 50 grind on Tuesday. Plane of Sky is in Freeport. Yep. Yep, over in East Freeport by the docks. So you can port to like North Row, and you're just one quick zone away. So yeah, and yeah, past tense. Yeah, Doug. I mean, it's a lot of offensive power. There's no, and just having, a tank there to just soak damage while you blast certainly makes a lot of sense. Having a tank always makes sense. Is there any specific synergy between, say, Paladin and Wizard? Not specifically. It's just, a defensive specialist and an offensive specialist adds up to a pretty good effect. Yeah. You could, similarly, you could probably, accomplish the exact same thing with Mage, or, any kind of offensive class. Like, the one kind of downfall that this combo has is that heals just suck for the most part. So you're pretty much... we still only have greater healing. Because we're stuck with just greater healing until 46 when we get superior healing. So, in-combat healing just sucks. Out-of-combat healing is fine enough. There were some med breaks here and there. I mean, you're pretty much just relying on just overwhelming damage output to just blast enemies into submission before they have a chance to actually hurt you. Which is a perfectly valid strategy. And plus having Berserker there to just also add rock-solid auto-attack damage on top of that. We basically just sat in Berserker stance and Inversion Invocation and just blasted, and it was fine. Happy solstice, is it? Oh, it is happy. Yes, it is in fact the solstice today, or rather it was the solstice. So, yes. Happy solstice to all who celebrate. Yep, also, yeah, Father's Day, unless you're in Australia, in which case you gotta wait for September. But, otherwise, though, I think that is gonna do it for me for tonight. So, yeah, we've got a pretty good plan going forward to get Wizard to 50, and, the real kind of crucible will be how well does it grind in Plane of Hate. Because it's not going to do it as well as Enchanter did, not by a long shot. I presume. I'll be happy to be proven wrong, but we'll find out when we get there. At the very least, we'll get some, some Ice Comet flavored dopamine along the way, so that'll be great. But otherwise, though, yeah, let's wrap it up there. So thanks for tuning in, everybody in chat. Thanks for watching to the end, everybody in VOD land. And with that, my name is Tim. I'll see you back tomorrow. Good night. Oh, why does Inch grind well and hate? Because there's an abhorrent, which is a rogue, right by Zonin. You charm him, and he backstabs for 404. He deletes everything. But anyway, that's it for real this time. Good night.